There we go. Ugh, that was every time. It's good Easter to everybody. Go figure. It was still muted, even after I thought I unmuted it. Go me. uh, yeah, I figured. Um, as I was trying to say, apparently, while I was muted the entire time. Good evening, everybody. I hope you're well. They will be playing a bit of Valheim. I'm a bit on the sluggish side today because my rest has been a bit not great. Uh, just because. So it'll be a bit of a slower paced game. Yeah, I know there's been a lot of survival, buildy, whatever type games lately. And I apologize for that. I'll probably try to get a bit more variety in. But figures I'd make an audio mistake when I was tired. Just seems normal, I guess, for me. Uh, but yeah, we'll probably go back to the normal schedule next week. Just see how things go, I guess, from how I'm feeling after the weekend. But yeah, we're gonna play a bit of that buildy Viking game where, you know, you in the afterlife of the Norse folk. I've played a bit of it before, I will say, with some friends and on my own in the past, but I haven't really played too awfully much since the, I guess, patch before last. So, like anything beyond a certain point is new to me. Only really ever got up to the swamps, I think, sort of in a way, but basically we'll be starting fresh. You know, new character, new world, and all that. That way, there's clean slate, nothing to forget, I guess, because everything will be fresh and new and not just starting from nothing. Anyhow, let's get this bad boy started, kind of. It's a bit of a more pixely looking game, so as you can see, I've installed a few mods, nothing like game breaking. It's mostly QOL stuff, so just keep that in mind, really. And see how it is. Get a new Viking and stuff going. As you can see, you have a bit of a like a skin tone. Your usual character select stuff like skin tone, male, female, hair tone, blondness, etc., etc. A bit of a longer hair, I guess, to go with mine. You can see there's a fair few different styles. Yeah, it's there are like HD mods for this, but it's sort of an aesthetic thing. Ah, yes, the perfect Viking, magnificent beard. Fortunately, there's no real hair color setting, so I can't get quite the shade I have here on on Twitch. So you know, We'll go with what we can get, I guess. A nice dark brown will work, I suppose. Now that we have our boy here made, we can make a new world. What should we name our world, though? I do so wonder. Oh yeah, you can have seeds for your worlds, as it says here. So whatever generates is, well, been truly tied to that seed to the most part. So, you know, if you want, like, a specific seed that you've played before and enjoy, but you just want, like, one that has, like, updated stuff, if you're using the legacy save, for example, from forever ago, then you still have the seed, but you want to redo your world to make sure it has, like, certain things generated that are from newer patches, you can just, like, put the seed in, erase the old world, and have it regenerate the new one. Let's see, what are we gonna call this? Interesting names. Oh yeah, you can also crossplay now with consoles and stuff, so that's kind of neat. Ah yes, here we go, Elfheim. Give me just a second. Anyway, yeah, Elfheim works. I'm a bit of a fan of Final Fantasy, and that's the name of one of the places in it, so it sort of works. But then I guess it sort of fits in with like the overall theme. It's done, and now we've generated. You can also like start a server or host one or whatever. Also, like, tell your saves to be on the cloud or whatever. Anyway, here we go. Remember, it gives you like a bit of a cinematic too. When you start up and load in. $10,000 later as it loads in. Was it? I don't know. I didn't really watch SAO. I just kind of know about it. If it was, whoops, I guess. I associate it more with Final Fantasy, though, because, you know... Man, this is tech... To restart. Whoops-a-doodle. It happens sometimes. This'll take just a minute, guys. So, hold on. These things happen, unfortunately. Alright. Oh, I don't know about that one. Like I said, I never really watched it so much. I did see some parody stuff for that, but that's about it. Load in, please. This is gonna be one of those days, isn't it? Ah, yes, the forbidden season, I see. What was taking it so long, I wonder? I checked it earlier to make sure everything would go through, but I guess it's just being stubborn. Rather, it's just generating the world. This is gonna be a thing, isn't it? Hold on a minute. This is gonna be one of those things, I guess. Oh yeah, it's working fine earlier. Now it's like, nah, you're good. Yeah, it's doing that because the game's crashing. When I'm trying to load into the world for some reason. So, I'm gonna try and load it in real quick. No, I checked it earlier, made sure all that was fine, updated everything. So, I don't know. Hold on a minute. This is having trouble loading in the world for some reason. Anyway, long ago they all followed Odin and united the worlds. He threw down his foes, cast them to the 10th world, split the boughs, held the prison of the world tree, and left it drift unanchored, place of exile. Centuries the world slumbered uneasily, but it did not die. As glacial ages passed, kingdoms rose and fell out of sight of the gods. When Odin heard his enemies were growing once again in strength, he looked to Midgard to send his Valkyries to scour the battlefields for the greatest of their warriors dead of the world. They would be born again in Valheim. Yeah, I was just having a moment. It happens with this game sometimes. As we see, we're being ridden in on a Valkyrie. Yes, the Valkyries look like this. Don't ask me why. It only took half an hour to get it going, right? So high up. In we come. Directly into the tree line, no less. Oof. Shoot, Hugin. Well met. Welcome to the 10th World, warrior. I am Hugin, sent here to guide you in your travels. The megaliths surrounding you are sacrificial stones. They represent the Forsaken, in which you must slay in order to ascend to Valhalla. Okay, cool, I guess. Perfectly keen peachy. Hold on. Swear I can't frickin' get anything done without trouble these days. One of these days I'm gonna... These days I'm gonna just see about getting a computer that I'd have nothing to worry about with. I don't know if that's the problem with this or what. Oh, for the love of... Quite possibly, yes. Yes. Large me. Today will be PNG day, unfortunately. So, you know, just how it is. Sorry if that bothers you. Anyway, let's get on with this. Some games just don't like the software I use, I guess. Anyway. These magical stones are scattered throughout the land by Odin as signposts pointing towards the ritual grounds of the Forsaken. If inspected closer, this will reveal the summoning place of Yggdrasill, your first prey. He is a mighty beast, so you need to properly arm yourself before even attempting to defeat him. Cool beans. Yggdrasill. Neat, he's over there. Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know if it's like just the game itself being causing it to be chunky or what, but you know, whatever, I guess. We hope you and Bahan Plus, huh? Alright. Cool, I guess. Yeah, I guess they put in a little message for the mod I'm using here. It's got your, like, your standard cycle of things you do when you first start up. You know, you get stones and all that other muckety muck. And oh, got some mushrooms right here. And some berries. Tidings, you say. Found a snack. Consume it to improve your health and stamina. Be aware before long you'll grow hungry, and try to have at least a couple of different meals ready. Oh yeah, that's another thing in this. Your stamina and your health are determined by what you're eating. I mean, I could just find an empty hovel as well. Kind of feel bad that the 3D model's not working, but whatever. Most items must be crafted. However, due to your recent departure from Midgard, you will have to recall the true shapes of objects. Just pick up things that will come back to you, I'm sure. My lesser brother Moonin tells me of some... you can fashion a stone axe out of wood and stone. But not rock and stone, right? How's the game audio, by the way? Is it alright? I'll have to set this thing up as a reactive PNG at some point, but right now it's just sort of a makeshift. We're doing this live bit at the moment. Awesome. Oh yeah, you also have to deal with weight. Now, like I said, I'm using a few QOL mods, so if something... like those bottom plots on the bottom left there, the ZVB things, those are QOL. Now we can start whacking some trees down. Looks like somebody left a little lean-to over here. Oh yeah, you also you have like skills and stuff determined by how much you've like cut things down and whatnot. So the more you do it, the better you get at it, the less stamina it takes, whatnot. Stuff like that. A little lean-to of the fireplace, it looks like. Oh yeah, your things do have durability, but it's... unlike other games, you don't have to get like a whole big bunch of resources. Oh, fucking grayling out of nowhere. Now, whatever, I needed resin anyway. As you can see, there are hostile critters. Arc mass. What arc mass? Go wandering over here, see what we can do. Now we can make some campfires. This tool, you'll raise mighty walls and towering fortifications. Start building workbench. Turn enable you to serve. Oh yeah, you can't build like anything without a workbench. Because there's like a radius around it that allows you to construct things within it. As you can see, consuming the mushroom and the berry gave me a bit of stamina and health max. Now, eventually you can start cooking and stuff, things together, and it'll allow you to get better things. I thought that was an April Fool's joke. Yeah, I thought that was an April Fool's joke. Was it not? There are some trees and stuff you can't... Oh, I can't aim today. That you can't bother until you get a better axe and whatnot. Like this stone axe here can't cut down these one types of trees here. As you can see, it can barely cut down the birch trees. Or the beech trees, rather. You can't touch birch. Oh, Lord, this is awful. Yeah, I had no idea that was... I thought that was just like a whole April Fool's joke or something. That's kind of wild. Why am I not surprised? And again, it is wild card, so I can't say I'm too surprised. Oh, I got a little runestone to read here. It says, I was Astrid, shield maiden of the forest. I know nothing of the life before I came here, but my arm remembers the sword and my eyes see the course of the arrow. Now the raven guides me and I fight the great beasts in Odin's name. Neat. Need to find this nice little flat place we can start building on before it gets too dark. Because there are day and night cycles, and it does like get cold and stuff at night, so you gotta worry about, you know, extra stamina expenditure and whatnot. Well, if it's not a bad joke, I am extremely disappointed with them. But yeah, I just assumed that was a April Fool's bit. Gather bit stuff as we go here. Okay, we have 152 out of 300. Not bad. This is a really hilly spawn. We really need to get you a new laptop, my guy. Let's see. We found the summoning place of the Forsaken. Make the correct offering at the altar and they will come. Beware though, Forsaken are not easy prey. So craft a wicked weapon, don your finest armor, and eat a hearty meal for engaging them in combat. The deer was actually stronger on release, funnily enough. Yeah, hunt his kin. I think you get like a few deer trophies and offer them up to the altar here, and it summons the big old deer. But, oh, we have a boar. Nice. Come here, you. I really want to find a nice, sort of flattish spot to start building on, but looks like it might not be in the cards. Looks like it might not be in the cards at all. Can you not manually install the new driver? Oh, my axe ran out of durability, so I'm stuck using my fists for now. Got some necks down here I can deal with. Yeah. Oh, hey, there's a rebuilt rundown house I can just jack for now, I guess. Yeah, you know what? Let's go. This. It's how do you say it? Free real estate. Or something like that anyway. Which allows you to craft complex items as well as giving you access lots more building pieces to construct with the hammer. Oh, it's... Okay, let's put some little roof bits over the thing here. Yeah, the only problem with these is you need a roof over them. Guess I should probably... Oh, go figure. Well, I do have the, it's set to be a bit more on the noise reduction for the background stuff. And I can repair all my crap. This looks terrible, but it's what I got for now. I can just deal. Thankfully, repairing just takes stamina. You don't need extra resources. So I can have this place kind of looking in ship shape here in like 2 seconds. That looked like it was like busted down 10 bazillion years ago. Even have a nice little oceanfront view here. Yes, the obligatory bless this mess side. That's true. should be enough, I think. Maybe I need to get up higher and raise it a bit. Should have enough to let the smoke out at least. Because you do got to worry about smoking yourself out in this. Yeah, this works. Maybe it won't smoke up the place entirely. Oh, yeah, that's right. That was such a weird thing, too. Sleep the night away in your bed and awaken feeling refreshed and full of energy. Another improvement to your home would be add some chests where you can store items. It is good practice to always have some spare equipment. Something unfortunate should happen to you while you explore. And now my spawn point is set. It looks like it's working. Now we do have some need to worry about certain things, like fuel for our fires and whatnot. Where's the smoke escaping, I wonder? Good lord. When the temperature drops at night, or if you're wet, you will suffer from the cold. This reduces your stamina regeneration. Seeking shelter by open flame is your best option when this happens. Oh yeah, yeah, the jack boots or whatever. The jumping jack? Something like that. I just need to make sure not to set myself on fire. We'll be good, I think. Oh yeah. Yeah, spring heel jack. Yeah, there we go. Sleep in fits and fretful dreams, the weight of the nightmare heavy on your chest. When the morning comes, you greet it with relief. Hey, we did a thing. Okay. Oh, is there too much smoke in here? Or did I just get too close to the thing? I think I need to raise the roof a little bit. But, you know, we can just get more stuff for that. So we'll see how that goes, I suppose. There's a lot of boars around here. We need stuff anyway, so getting a few critters out the way is not a bad idea. You also have different stats for like chopping with the axe and then attacking with it. Oh, yeah, we don't talk about that, right? I got everything just poofs into a giant cloud of poof whenever it dies. Yeah, there's you can also get like different variants of animals with like higher stars that give you more stuff. So that's kind of neat. Like if there's a boar with 1 star, it would give me more bits compared to say the normal boar. But stocking up on some meat and stuff here should be a good idea. Just need to get some more more wood. We can start getting on making, you know, other things. Is the game itself fine? Like, is it playing well on the end there? As far as I can tell, it seems to be okay. It's just my model that was having issues. Speaking of, you can get two-handed weapons on this. Sweet. Well, as long as this works. Guess I can always just bust out the PNG for whenever the game can't deal with my model being running at the same time. That can happen to the best of hardware too, unfortunately. May not look it, but this game does require some resources to get going. You're fine, dude. Like, I wish you the best with your homework. Like, not much you can really do there, you know, other than trying to get it done. Mostly just gathering food at the moment. Rocks and stuff are, as we say, unsurprisingly heavy, though. You can actually tame boars to farm them, if I remember right, but it's a bit of a pain. Yeah, cats do like to get on your keyboard and stuff. Just one of those things, I guess. You can also level up your equipment by spending resources to do so. Oh yeah, another thing you might notice is like when you chop a tree down, it falls. So, say I'm underneath the tree when it falls, I will probably die because they have physics and do damage when they roll down on something. You can also set off a whole forest, like rolling down and hitting other trees out of the way just by chopping one down and hitting some trees and rolling. Stamina is a bit of an issue early on, but not too big of one. I'll probably relocate at some point, but I just want to... Oh, see right there? It's trying to do damage to that rock, but it can't. That's not hard enough. Anyhow. Really? That's funny. See if we can get these piles up here adjusted so we can actually get some stuff going here. I'm not having a good time with the parkour here. There, it should have enough of a gap at the top. It shouldn't be a problem now. At least I hope so, anyway. We'll find out soon enough. There, we have a little cooking rack now. There. Yeah, I suppose I could. It seems to be venting better now, though, so I don't think I'll be having any more issues. If I missed any spots on my wall or building here. Ah, there we go. All nice and neat. Rebuild the place a bit so it looks actually half decent again. There, it should be somewhat restored now. Outside of, you know, it being as it is. I need some more leather scraps where I can make a bow. Some rag pants to equip. I have pants and a top. Alright, now we can go out and explore a little bit. Get some more wood and shit. That's not the most auspicious start, but it's something, right? What's it say? This land is hard and wild, but we who were brought here are harder still. Take comfort, traveler, in the gifts before you, the good wood and stone, the fruits and the flowers of the forest. Look also to the wild boar who roam these lands. They fear fire in the hand of man, but can be taught to obey it. Go quietly to them and let them eat of your stock. Roots of the ground are their pleasure. So feed them food to tame them, basically. Need some more stuff to get going, however. Let's see. You need a fair bit of leather scraps, unfortunately. What if this is like leads out into the big part of the ocean, or if it's just like a lake? Because that does happen sometimes. So you'll get like a ponded in area, or an area similar to a lake on an inlet. It'll look like you've got a good bit you can like row out into, and then it won't. Oh good, I can get some flint. That means I can finally start being able to craft certain bits now. You can also swim, but you'll drown if you don't have enough stamina. That's not particularly fun. Looks like I go to a goodly sized meadows area. Like I said before, this is all randomly generated. So each world is different to an extent, unless it has the same seed, of course. Even then, there's still some variance, because, you know, not everything's going to be generated in exactly the same way in the same spots. Only roughly so. I think I saw a boar over here. Oh, there it is. Try and sneak up on it, and it's like, nah. Yeah, I really want to find a nice big flat spot that's close to a good sized bit of water. Guess I could just make one too, but that's a lot of effort to flatten a big area with, you know, with a hoe. Finding a house early on was nice, though, I will say. Gives me a nice little base of operations I can start from. Sometimes you can catch deers unawares, but it's a bit hard. There is a sneak skill, but it takes stamina to use it. Although it is somewhat useful once you get going, especially against like the nastier enemies. It just requires, you know, you to have a decent bit of stamina. Speaking of, here's a little village as well. Well then. Looks like there was a bunch of longhouses here. Oh, there's a bee nest. We could get ourselves some bees early. Looks like they had some berry farms going too. Problem with like a problem with attacking bees though is they're poison and they will poison you. So that is something you gotta worry about. As you can see here, I'm taking damage. Because of said bees. It is most unpleasant. But I can make map pins. You know, I can come back later when I have a bit more stuff going. See if there's some more chests I can ransack at least. I hear more bees. Oh shit, there they are. Not the bees! Of course, there's not always a chest in these places. It's getting dark again. This isn't in a bad spot. I could just set up shop here, I guess. Not a bad spot at all. I need some leveling, but whatever. I could repurpose all those buildings too. Thoughts for later, I suppose. Keep hearing the deer, but running up on them without seeing them. Problem is, like insulation and stuff, you don't really get it until much later in the game. I guess the boar ran off because we had a torch. They will do that. Torches are rather helpful though, for the most part. They do allow you to see a bit better at nighttime. I apologize if I seem a little less energetic than usual though. I might just like uproot and take my stuff to this little abandoned village here. Soon, anyway. This really depends on some factors, I guess. Well then, what have we here? Looks like another runestone. First, we're gonna get this wood. The torches do burn out, and you have to actually make another one, but all the tools, when they run out of stuff, just, like, need to be repaired. On this spot, a tree fell on my head, and I cursed the gods, so I'll leave this stone in praise of them, that they might forgive my reckless words. Looks like the man cut down literally every, well, I don't know, the person cut down literally every tree within a distance of this rune stone. So many greylings. They're actually afraid of fire too, so. One of those things, I suppose. Some critters are afraid of fire, so they will run away if you're holding a torch or something. Oh, speaking of things, did you know that someone made it so you can import your models into this game? Like, if I wanted to import my model in for the character stand in here, I could if I felt so inclined. Of course, it'd probably look a bit weird, but you know, that's a thing you can do. It's kind of funny. Hey, you can burn your food too, by the way, when you're cooking it, so you gotta watch it. It does make a noise and looks a bit different when it's fully cooked, though. Also, the comfort allows you to get extra experience for so many more minutes, depending on the comfort level, so that's nice. See, now I've cooked boar meat. That will give me 30 health and 10 extra stamina, and lasts for 20 minutes instead of, like, say, the 10 of the raspberries here. Gets me 2 HP of healing per tick. You can eat 3 foods, though. So you can kind of customize what sort of bit you're going for. Like, say, if you're wanting to get strictly more stamina, you could just, like, get stamina foods or whatever. It's a whole thing, really. The problem is, like, these small chests have no real holding capability. Myself a shield so I can have a bit of defense in combat. Or flint, otherwise I can't do anything. Oh, there's Hugin again. The shield allows you to block incoming damage. If your timing is perfect, then you also may be parried. Be careful though, if you block too many hits, you'll become staggered. The amount of damage you can block before becoming staggered depends on your maximum health. So if you plan on taking a lot of damage, you should eat food that increases your health. Heavier shields will also block more damage, but it will slow you down. Yeah, that's the thing. You can parry blows and stuff in this too. I've practically got all my stuff all nice and put away so I can forge some more tomorrow. I know like the starting of this isn't particularly glamorous. It's a nice little, I find it pretty chill to get, you know, going and whatever. Let's see here, what have we got? Also, like if there's a big storm and it's raining and stuff, sometimes the waves will come up pretty high on here as well. To go find some more flint. That's the big thing here. So I could like go back along the way where I started from and see if I missed any flint from along that path line. Good lord, my thing looks absolutely ridiculous. Oh yeah, you can fish too. But sometimes the fish will get like caught out in the water. As you see, parrying is quite strong. Try to get a whole bunch of flint. Yeah, some enemies actually have different resistances than others as well. There's more bees on the little watchtower here. Lovely. Music's actually pretty chill for the most part on this as well. So you like start getting into fights and whatnot with the nastier critters. That was relatively flat over here too. Also be a good candidate location for starting up. Hard to tell. More abandoned goodies, an old hovel here it seems. Hello? Oh. Is the microphone not working again? Lovely. Ugh, I swear sometimes. Anyway. Found us some nice bees in another little abandoned village. So that was nice. A lot of them around here. Considering maybe this may be another area for potential habitation. It's hard to like decide where you really want to set up. But this is a somewhat nice flat area with sea access. So, well, I say sea, but I've not gone out under the water to tell if maybe not they have any real access to larger open waters. They are working on like the next big area though. What's it called? It's full of fire basically, and ash and surtlings, which are, if you're not aware, are fiery critters of destruction and doom. And sadness if they get into your wood. Well, this might be a good little setup area. It's got nice access to the water. It's relatively flat. Oh, I guess there is the summon stone for the deer here though, so that might be a bit of a point against it though. You can stow your stuff on your back when you're not using it, which is nice, honestly. Thankfully, greylings are basically piss weak and you don't have to worry about them at all, even when you've got no food in you. Especially if like you have a shield, you can just like stun them with a good block and completely annihilate their face, which is handy enough. So not much to worry about there, thankfully. There's definitely a lot of fish around through here. I can see some opposite shores in the distance. That's a big old tree right there. I think we've got enough forage for the moment so we can start working on our other bits for now. Just wonder where I should like set up shop more permanently, honestly. Up around where this house is that I sort of claimed is okay. But, what the? Where'd you come from? Stupid boar. Stupid boar. Just out of nowhere, passing through, boar decides, yo, hey, guy, guess what? I'm gonna eat your face for no good reason. It was on that day when the boar clan attacked. Probably get a bit of healing going. I don't want to die. That is another thing. When you die, you'd lose a bit of your skill points you built up, unfortunately. So say you were aiming to keep your nice skilled up bits. Well, you just lost some of them. And some skills are a bit more of a pain to level than others. like so far I've just got sneak, bows, run, jump, clubs, and whatnot. You can tell how far along each level of it is. So, you know, it's a whole thing. You can do some farming as well once you get a hoe and stuff. You can set some stuff to farmlands, kinda, or you can level things out or whatever. Just really depends on what you're aiming for, really. Also, you can't repair certain things without having certain other bits and bobs. I have a workbench level 2 and I can actually access other things. Like I can make a flint spear, which is quite handy. Also a crude bow, which I need some wood arrows. I guess there's also flint head arrows, but those are more pierce damage. Well, slightly more pierce damage. You can also make like fire arrows for when you're facing off against specific enemies. Kind of nice like that. There is a dwarf merchant you can find later that will allow you to buy and sell things from them. So, that's a thing. There we go, got a nice bit of little bits of food tucked in there. Oh, you can make a beehive. Now we can get honey. I think it fills up to like 4 portions just over time. You can build them too close to each other, in which case they won't produce anything. Which, you know, it's a thing. You can check if like the bees are happy by just going up to the hive and poking it, and it's like, whoa, bees happy. Thankfully, once they're tamed like this, they will not sting you. So that is something you do not have to worry about in any particular instance. I love it's being a bit of a pain here for no good reason. You can also make coin piles and stuff, or wood piles for your wood and whatnot. If you just want to store it outside of, like, say, chests and stuff. It does take up more space, though. You also make these tiny little stake or brown pole fences, but they're not particularly effective. They're just good for, like, sort of walling in, like, say, your pigs or a little garden area. Just make it look nicer, I guess you could say. I should probably try killing the we're going for the deer now. I've got some arrows and stuff. Well, having cooked food of some variety is nice. Some nice grilled necktail. Got a couple bits of cooked boar meat. Some berries. Doesn't sound like super prepared, but you know. You can, like, sneak up on gulls and shoot them for their feathers. That's kind of a pain. Like, if they do get in front of you like this, it's a lot easier. Now, you do gotta, like, account for dropping stuff. Like that, for example. So, that is something that is needed to be worried about. As you can see, my health and stamina have greatly increased just from having that food there. Let's see if we can nab our first deer over here. Looks like a doe. I don't see any horns on it. They're usually pretty cautious. Nice. That was a clean kill. If we can get enough of them, we can make some leather equipment. Get some deer food. Stupid graylings. Yeah, some enemy types are more vulnerable to particular types damage than others. So that definitely is something you need to keep in mind when you're doing bits and bobs. This one's on a nice downhill angle. Leveling your sneak skill is kind of helpful in some regards, though. So you don't gotta worry about, like, the deer and stuff being super watchful when you're trying to sneak up on them. I need deer trophies anyway, so this is nice. That's a boar over there. Let's get that guy too while we're at it. Because we need a lot of leather scraps anyway. That's one thing I do like about this compared to like some other game or survival games that you're trying, if you're into this sort of thing, is that it has the whole, instead of needing resources, is the repair. Sure, you need repair stations of appropriate level for the equipment you're trying to repair, but at the same time, it is super nice being able to just grab your stuff, go to a bench and smack it without having to need a whole bunch of rare crap to get going. Let's see if we can... Oh, there's another deer right there. Let's see if we can sneak up on this one too. Maybe we can get another nice deer kill. It does take a lot of deer to get the hides for even a normal set of leather armor, unfortunately. I'm getting lucky with my shots today, it seems. The bear? I don't remember if there are any actual bears in this, though. I'll wait on the block there, so Mr. Piggy got a hold of me. At least food gives you like an innate regen. Bigfoot, I see. I guess there is kind of a Bigfoot on here, if you count the trolls. Not that we've seen any yet, but they are here. It's not where I'm at. You would know it, believe me. They're quite noisy. And hostile. Oh god, are they hostile? Shit, I missed a deer there. I didn't hear it until I ran up on it already. Maybe we can catch it. Looks like it's running over this way. That's the only problem is like when you run out of stamina, it just pops you up immediately. Here's a deer again. It's over here somewhere. Ah. Shit. I alerted it again. Damn it all. Got lucky with my first few, and then it's like, yeah, guess what? The sneak, I guess because sneak is kind of overpowered or something. I don't know. At least when it's leveled up. But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I think it's mostly just to keep the balance. You can turn that sort of stuff off if you want to. Because there can be PvP in this game if you allow it, and it's on a multiplayer server. Though I'm not sure how well sneak would work in PvP, if at all. I do not. Aha. Well, let's hope we don't hit the tree. Nice. Take this neck down here. Really sticking their neck out by being here. They are. This has got to be the crudest bow I've ever seen in my entire life. Doesn't even look like it's like been worked at all with the wood. They just bent it. Yeah, I killed some necks. It was worth the pun. You were my neck of the woods after all. Bees! Give me that honey. I need 18 pieces of leather just to get an entire set of leather equipment. But hey, we look snazzy now. Sort of. We're still in our leather, or little rags. We need a lot of deer hide for a tanning rack too. Yep. There's start going on the... Oh yeah, some armors do weigh you down a bit. Like say when I have the shield out, it lowers my movement speed by -5%. Yes, yes it is. Now, once you get to like wearing the heavier metal armors, it does make you slow down quite a lot. I'm not entirely sure how I missed the boar there, but I did. And here we are, I guess. Oh, I hear a deer, but it's already scared by my dumb ass. They will swim to get away from you too. That's another problem. And if I kill it on the water, the stuff's just going to sink to the bottom. That fish is having a time over there, it seems. One thing I do love about this game is how pretty it can be, even for something with such simple graphics. Like the sea view here is quite lovely. That deer is just holding in the water there. Best to seek prey elsewhere, I suppose. Might find some in more open area. I look around. Oh, it's coming back. We just need to sneak up on it. There's nothing wrong with getting our sneak skill up anyway. Just need to make sure we have enough stamina to fire the bow in an area where we can hit the damn thing. Ah. We have 11 arrows left, so that's not too bad. I think I need 5 deer trophies so I can summon Yggdrasill. And, oh, that's another thing too. You basically advance ages by killing the critters, or the bosses. So, say... Or... keep forgetting I'm muting myself. Anyway, as I was saying, one neat thing about when you kill the bosses, it basically advances you in age. So, like, without killing the first boss, which is Yggdrasill, the lightning deer, you're basically stuck in pre-Bronze Age. So once you do defeat him, you can start gathering copper, for example, to make copper and bronze equipment, which is most helpful in some instances. You know, absorbs more damage, outputs more damage, sturdier tools, that kind of deal, really. And you can take down, you know, things you couldn't before. As far as, like, say, certain types of trees need at least a bronze axe to be able to fell due to their hardness. The third age? I don't know. I can make leather and flint tools. That's about it. I haven't really seen any more deer. Here, deer around here somewhere. Oh, dearie dear, where are you? Up this way, it sounds like. I don't know if you all can hear the calls it makes sometimes. Oh, there it is. Let's see it now. I'm not really sure how much light makes of a difference on sneaking, though. Oh, there's a couple of them even. Nice. I'll probably only be able to get one, though, so I need to aim very carefully at which one I'm stalking. Oh, that's some male deer up there. Probably a good idea to try to go for a trophy. Oh, it's a 1-star. That means we can get more out of it, though. Holy shit. Oh, I got both of them. Damn. Silent weapons, I guess. Oh yeah, deer in Skyrim are just like, yo, hey, how you doing? And you get all up in their grill. Well, it gave me extra deer hide, I guess. Doesn't hurt to explore the area I'm in a little bit. Looks like there's more houses up this way. lot of abandoned houses in this particular area I'm in, I've noticed. I hear another deer around here somewhere. Several deer, actually. Hmm. Shit. Well, I got one of them, so that's something, I guess. I'm cold, though. That means my stamina regeneration is going to be absolute hot garbage. You'd think I'd be a bit, warmer, considering I'm mostly clothed and I have a torch, but no. That's not how the way things work over here. That's not how things work over here at all, in any shape or form. It looks like somebody's little standing cottage fell through. Somehow I'm sheltered from the cold like this, just because I got a little roof over my head here. Don't ask me how that works, by the way, I don't know. Let's see if we cut through this way, we should be able to make it home. Yeah, it does, but it was mostly exposed to the air. Got it in the hoof somehow. Holy shit. Was it just that not visible or something? I mean, it was like a partial HUD. It wasn't even a... Ah, shit. There's a boar. Oh, it's coming back for revenge. I missed. How'd I miss? How the fuck to miss? Ah, take that, you stupid pig. See what this runestone has to say. I think we read this one already. Oh, boars? Yeah. They're not particularly kind. We got a grayling coming after us. That boy on fire. Yeah, that's right. Stupid graylings. Get toasted. More deer, but finding them in the dark is a pain. Kinda got turned around from my way home tow. Sky's pretty though. I mean, looks really nice even at night, right? Nice open field in the middle of nowhere. Just sit down and enjoy the night sky and Yggdrasill's roots. I still don't understand how I'm cold when I'm holding the fire this fucking close to me. It really does, yeah. For such a simplistic game, it looks really nice. Oh yeah, and there's the moonbeams. Would you look at that? The game has advanced lighting. Who knew? Good old God rays and whatnot. I'm still not sure what kind of power walk my guy's doing here, but he's got it going. Wish I could still run on the dirt like, or in rocks and shit like that, but I can't anymore. Literally would kill my poor feet. I used to be able to run on like gravel and stuff, no probs. Nowadays it hurts because I've let my feet go soft. Oh well, what can you do, I guess. The ocean's pretty calm too, it looks like. I should probably put up a few walls around this at the least. It might be a bit easier to get that done during the day. Doing this at night's probably not the greatest idea. Get rid of my old rags. That looks snazzy because I got actual leather armor. Not super snazzy, but snazzy enough. You can get actually some pretty complicated little buildings and stuff going on, though. Like, once you start going. Fortresses and stuff. Set up mead halls and whatever, you know, to your liking. Yeah, this is one thing I enjoy about like this game is generally build things that are pretty nice, assuming you take the time to do it. What do you mean I can't sleep at this time? Oh, it's turning daylight. Like, oh, why can't I sleep? Well, it's turning day. Like how there's some grass and stuff on my coming through my floor there. Just cause. I'll have to get some more flint soon, it seems. You got a goodly bit of stuff, I guess. Most things actually don't like going into the water, so if you build like slightly out into the water, you're generally not going to get. The only problem is like, say, these walls here, like how I'm having to build them in this really odd manner. It's just kind of, you know, eh. And that's how much a stack of wood will get you, basically. Not much. But it's a start. I think I'll just like fence in like this small meated area and then work my way from there. But first, you need to get a bit more wood and whatnot before I think what I kind of want to at least a small wall going on before I do end up taking out the deer boss, just because I want like a bit of a buffer, because they will start sending raids and whatnot out to your base. So critters, it's kind of annoying in a way, but you know, makes sense. You killed their master, so like, bro. Little seagull over there. my wood cutting up to 17 already. Nice. And on rolls that damn log down there. I'll be so glad when I get my first upgrade, because this is the OG axe is just terrible in all ways. Oh, it's so very terrible. What the hell? Beavers stealing your logs whenever you cut something down. That's kind of mean. Not gonna lie. Oh no. It might take out the other tree here. That log over there fell through the branches and almost wiped another tree out. Hear another deer somewhere. I see it. There's honestly no reason to ever use like plain wood arrows though. Oh, it's another 1 star. Nice. Sweet. We got it. So much stuff. But yeah, there's literally no reason to ever, to ever use plain wood arrows, because like flint is pretty abundant. For the most part, of course. Yeah, so I'm sure some of those will be in the Norse afterlife. Wood! The reference that will last forever, that one. Oh no, Greylings are evil. Yeah. They're basically formed from the malcontent souls of like murderers and the like underground. You know, that's a good question, one I cannot answer. Yeah, souls are just an aqueous suspension, am I right? I don't know about that one, Steven. I do love how chill this game is overall for the most part, though. Like, generally not too bothered by most stuff, and the soundtrack is just like really chill. You're not full of hot air, dude. Stop that. It may not look pretty, but it works. I mean, you can get bothered by plenty of stuff, like draugrs. Yeah. I mean, you don't have to, like, click them together. You can just do what I did with the walls here. I was just doing it for the sake of doing it, really. Like, I could probably have done this a little bit better. Still looks a little awkward, but whatever. It still works. Little Yggdrasill, the homiest of homies. Yeah, I'd say the beginning is kind of slow going. This is meant to be a cooperative game after all, and I'm just doing everything solo. So I apologize to anyone bored out of their heads with me. Here, you jerk. Oh, that was something. Give me your wood. You stupid beaches. But literally, these are beech trees. I've beached myself. I really need to be careful where those logs are falling, or I'm going to kill myself. Yggdrasill just has really good PR team who doesn't spill anything. That is so weird to me, honestly. That log back there just causing destruction on its way down to the beach. Not really. It's just like there's a ton of old photos with Godzilla in them, with like ladies hanging off his arms. Like, no joke. Seriously. Funny thing about these doors, they actually rot. The wooden gates actually rot in the rain if you don't put like something over top of them. So you gotta like give them a little tiny cap. That way it, keeps it from, keeps it from doing a thing. Whatever. It looks dumb, but I guess it'll have to work. Unless... So stupid. Anyway. So stupid. Oh, it looks so stupid. Whatever, I don't even care. Oof. This has got to be one of the more jank things I've ever made. Like, seriously? This looks so stupid. Oh my god. This is dumb as hell. Yeah, whatever. It works. As long as it keeps the door from rotting. That's all I care. Right then. We can go summon our deer buddy here in a minute. And then have a perpetually pissed off giant angry stag at us. Nice. Usually there's a bunch of deer around Yggdrasill's altar because, you know, Lord of the Forest and all that. Maybe. Maybe not. Doesn't seem like the pleasant sort, honestly. Doesn't seem like the pleasant sort at all. Oh yeah, that's right, I can get dandelions. Well. Wait till my health regenerates and then we'll use the summoning altar. I like how my base is just like right over there, so if I lead him into there, he'll probably wreck my shit. Oh god, it looks so dumb from this angle. Those storm swells are gonna come up and over the fucking window. Like, when it starts storming, the waves come up pretty high, and that's just gonna go in the house because it's so low. But hey, whatever works, I guess. Yay, pretty skybox. I'm almost healed up. Yeah, my house isn't exactly made of sturdy stuff after all. It's just some wood. This is a nice deer statue, though. Okay, here we go. But yeah, they nerfed this this fight. It used to be a lot harder than it is now. Where is he, though? Oh, there he is. Time for some epic music. Ow. Yeah, this used to be a lot. He used to be like a lot faster and hit a lot harder and stuff. Now he's just kind of super nerfed. Come here, you. Ow. Stab your ass. As you can see, you can break shit. It just feels disappointing to fight, honestly. Is the Electra Elk. Or the Electro Deer, I guess. Come here, dude. Are you going that way? Seriously. This is gathering resources for me, I guess. I mean, the music's pretty metal, but like, I don't know why they nerfed him, honestly. It wasn't even that bad. You just had to, like, have food and slightly upgraded equipment and you were fine. Like, seriously. Yep, rip him. Return to the sacrificial stones with your forsaken trophy and offer it as a sacrifice to make the gods smile upon you. Fun thing about the trophies you get from the bosses, they'll talk occasionally. Like every once in a while they'll speak at you. Like they're super pissed about it. Like one day Odin will fall or some shit like that. Stuff like that. They are none too pleased when you hang them up. So, yeah, that's first boss down. Now I can make slightly better tools. Now I have access to mining as well. No, just a very angry deer. They do give you powers, though, so that's handy. Very, very handy. Oh. I hear me a deer somewhere. Ah. I see it. Those lovely sun shafts coming through the trees. Oh, yes. Damn it. Well, that works, I guess. They both were alerted, but somehow that one didn't run away. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth or something. There actually used to be less stones here. This one right here, and this one right here, I believe, used to not be around. Oh, God. His antlers are branches of iron. They crack the rocks and bring down mountains. His hooves are the sound of thunder. His voice a howling gale. Well, as you can see, this is what the trophy gives me. for the duration of its power. So it costs 60% less to run and jump. You have been granted the power of Eikthyr, used in times of need. Your next target dwells in the Black Forest. Go there, explore the lands, and uncover their lost treasures and resources. The Elder awaits. The Elder is this tall boy here. First Lord of the Forest, King in the Wood, Lord of those who dwell at his feet. His roots will grow where cities once stood. Their blood is wine, their flesh is meat. Yeah, this is what the trophy looks like close up with the chains on the antlers and whatnot. They actually used to talk a bit more, but the people found the amount they did a little too much, so the devs made them do it a bit less, so they don't talk quite as often. We have made it through the first era, I guess you could say. Something like that anyway. And now we can start getting copper. Lots and lots of copper. How the fuck did I nail that? It noticed me like the last second. Whatever, I'll take it. You can actually fight the bosses more than once, funnily enough, if you have their summoning requirements. You can just throw that on the thing and it'll summon them again. So you can get as many trophies as you want and such. If you say so. Like how I've been playing for like almost 3 hours and just now barely got the deer boss done. I got a good portion of that early on was troubleshooting, I guess. You're a deer somewhere. Somewhere. You know, it would be really relaxing to be in an area like this. Just all nice and cozy feeling, I think. At least it'd be nice and cozy to me, anyway. Whatever, I'll just leave you alone, Mr. Boar. Oh great, it's raining. Lovely. Oh, it's a storm even. Fuck. Problem with being wet is it reduces your stamina regen and stuff like being cold does. So it's kind of a pain. See how the water's just going wild over here. You can actually see Thor on his chariot sometimes up in the clouds. It's extremely rare, though. Like, super, super rare. Kind of neat once you do, you know, spot things, though. As you can see, the water is getting pretty high here. Literally coming up into my house. Not much I can do other than wait it out, though. Doesn't really harm anything. I guess it could potentially put the fire out, but still. You know. It's just how it is. You actually cool or dry off faster near a fire, of course. You know, that makes sense. Causing the water to go out and stuff being able to get in my damn yard. Would you all want to sail out on that? Because you can when you get a boat. Pretty damn high. As you can see, it's almost coming up to my housetop here, or my window here. Well, I guess it's a good time if you want to grab stuff from, like, the water receding. Oh, it put my fucking fire out. Damn. See? It can go up high enough to touch my bonfire here. Kind of looks like Jello with the light on it like that. You know, I'm going to assume that's why this place was abandoned, due to the storm being able to just, like, throw sheets of rain and water up high enough to enter the home. So do I, but those people aren't very wise, honestly. And I'm gonna have friends who are storm chasers. Yeah, it's kind of nice. You can, there are actually cold areas too, where you can, where you, wow. What is language? Let's see, we need more flint. Get a pickaxe going here. But, the freaking shit just coming up on me, man. Terrible. Seriously, this is ridiculous. Black Forest is rich in minerals. There you can find copper in the ground and tin lining the ocean shore. Now go forth and strike the earth. That is a Dwarf Fortress reference. The strike the earth thing. At least I'm pretty sure they meant it to, like, reference Dwarf Fortress, because that is something they do say. Go forth and strike the earth. This would be terrifying in this dinky-ass little wood house. And again, when you die, you just come back anyway. Jesus Christ, it's flooding my home. Do you see this? Jeez. Yeah, that's fair. All the doors seem to have enough of a roof over them where they won't rot. So that's good. Yeah, this is ridiculous. Thankfully, it doesn't really set off my phobia of thunderstorms. And I'm pretty sure you can't get struck by lightning without certain events occurring, so, you know, take what you can get, I guess. I like how I built like this little shitty little lean-to for my tool rack. The shittiest lean-to you will ever see. Oh yes. Well, there's a difference between exposure therapy and actually being in a thunderstorm for me. Woke up and thing's still fucking going. Oh, never mind, it's calmed down now. But, yeah, that's how high the water can get during storms. It's, certainly something. That's all I can say about it. This is how big the world map is, by the way. You can it's actually flat, so if you go off the side here, you will literally fall off the world. We are going to do a little exploring. See if we can get ourselves some, on where the Black Forest is. I think I'll get like a bit of copper and stuff. Like mine has been a lot lessened over the years. Mostly I only have problems with it when it gets like really nasty out. With the storms nowadays. Dolls don't really bother me, honestly. Thankfully, I guess. Or clowns, for that matter. Couldn't remember the button to activate my Forsaken power. Yeah, I can understand that. You can actually find little graves with treasures and stone circles and stuff on here. So, you know, that's something cool. And nah, I get that. Uncanny Valley can be, well, unsettling. Yeah, I might just, like, hijack this abandoned village here at some point. Oh shit, I forgot about that bee nest. Walked right past and got my ass stung. Fun times in the life of Terry. I don't know, you can also develop traits that aren't useful at all. Outside of niche cases, anyway. Really? Well, that happened. Need some more flint. I could kill a bunch of boars later for leather scraps. I can get one of those tanning racks. You can generally pretty easily tell when you find the Black Forest because it starts turning into a bunch of big old pine trees. Oh, hey, you can see the mountaintop over there covered in snow. You actually need cold protection when you go up into places like that, or it starts hurting you very quickly. I'm curious if I run along the edge if I'll encounter the Black Forest at all. Yeah, basically. Oh, on this, usually you can actually make potions and stuff to help you take it longer, but once you get the equipment, you can just like tie on the cape or something and just not be bothered. It's a whole thing, really. Alright, we have one of those little short houses again. Except this one's got a beehive in it. I've yet to find a tomb as well. like skeletons in it. Usually those are on like the outskirts of the areas here. Come on. Little jerk. I actually don't know if that works or not. Guess not. Oh, it was a pike. How chunky the tip on this spear is. It's so huge. I'm gonna be wet for the next minute and a half. Oh, there are a lot of big runestones around. Yeah, well, it means I can get stuff anyway. I don't have a problem with, like, mining and whatnot. Because that, weight is a thing. Look how I have 60 out of 300 pounds here. You can actually get the belt of, that, Thor wears to make him stronger, which adds like 150 to your weight. It's pretty handy. Shit, whatever. Fucking grayling out of nowhere. Come here, you. Honestly surprised I haven't run up on like the edge of a black forest or something yet. Because there's more than one of those biomes. Like, it's not guaranteed to be in particular spots. They can be across the water, they can be not just about anywhere, really. Could build a raft, I guess. Of course, that'd be a pain in the butt, but whatever. Just exploring the edge of my little bit of land, I suppose. Aha! I got you, stupid pig. Seriously, parrying is OP. Seriously, OP. That's right, run away. Oh. Starting to see some pine trees here. We should be near a black forest, I think. This might be some tin right here. Nope, just a bunch of rocks. Hard to tell when it's under the water, really. Well, that was a terrifying stinger. I don't remember that being there before. Alright, now we have some tin ore. The fun thing about the Black Forest is it's occupied by gray dwarves, which are basically adult greylings. Don't ask me how countering a projectile causes one to get off balance. I don't know. Hail warrior, they say. For all ore needed to be refined and smelted before you can work at the forge, you need to find certain cores. Search them in the dark places beneath the earth. Okay. Oh, that rock really fucking hurt. At least we're getting a lot of tin, right? Bit of a weird spot for there to be a Black Forest biome in, but whatever. Already 199. Jesus. I forget how heavy this shit is sometimes. Doesn't look like there's any copper deposits right here either. It's just a shame, but not much I can really do. Having an easy access to a single copper deposit would get me pretty good up. Yeah, they'll swim out and try to get a hold of you too, those gray dwarves. Well, that's a 1-star neck. It's a bit of a bigger one. It's a slightly different color. Would there be peat moss in the afterlife, though? That's the real question. My eyes! Fair enough. Good Lord, I'm near my weight cap just from running around getting a couple deposits of 10. Oh, it's fairly flat over here, too. Good old abandoned houses. There. I actually didn't know that. It's actually kind of interesting. And I like plants and stuff, so you'd think I would have at least learned that over the years, but apparently not. Fuck you, pigs. Meet my fists of porcine fury. Yes. Yeah, we get the same runestone. That's the legendary silver pines, right? Oh yeah, another thing, you can get like teleportation portals on here, but you can't bring metals through them, unrefined ones anyway. Like I can't bring, like on the tenor here has this little X symbol over a portal, means I can't teleport with it. I'd have to take it out of my inventory. Neat little fact about the game there. There are a lot of cattails here. And lilies. They may add it later if it's not already in some later part of the game that I just don't know about. So, you know, assumptions and all that. Oh, great. I'm getting rocks tossed at me again. Oh, yeah. Just don't try to eat the seed pods. You're in for a bad time if you do that. A very, very bad time. Yeah. Maybe I just thought run up through the middle of the island and see. That takes us to a frickin' Black Forest area. Watch, I'll accidentally run into the swamp or some shit. Knowing my luck. I'll just be like, oh hey, swamp. Die instantly. Anyway, now that we've got some copper, or tin ore, we'll probably trundle our way back home, I guess. Guess we could cut across through here and see what's shaking, as it were. Seems to be a mostly peaceful night so far on here. Till I come up across something that can see me in the dark anyway. Oh, what have we here? Blue-eyed shufflers and muck, the neck are small lizards native to Valheim. Surly and mean-spirited, they will attack on sight and must be destroyed like vermin. They stay near water because the creatures of the land loathe and abhor them, yet no creature is all bad. Their tails are delicious. Oh, there you go. Delicious, delicious neck tails. Quite nutritious, even. You'd think with as much as I'm walking through all grass and leaves and shit, I'd catch something on fire, but that's not how it works on here. Oh, I believe I found a mountaintop. If a wolf runs down here and noms on me, I will be dead instantly. What's this? Where the grass grows underfoot and the skies blue overhead, there'll always be a hearth and a home. That is a bit weird, right? Yeah, I can't really go really up into that snow biome there. Oh, that's all. Getting nuked from orbit. And we don't want to get nuked from orbit. You're thinking of Haven and Hearth, I think. Because that's that one game that DW plays sometimes, and I've played before. And some of the other folks. Of course, Hearth and Home has been a thing since forever. I mean, there are dragons in this. Just ice dragons, not lightning ones. Motherfucker. Yeah, that's right. Run away. The old peaceful wind at night. Well, at least I know where some ice-capped mountains are close to where I started. So that's cool. Kind of sad I haven't encountered the Black Forest outside that one tiny chunk, though. That's just how it is. Did you hear that? Did 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 you hear that? That was creepy. No? Interesting. Oh, kind of like a low hiss. A very low hiss on the wind. Did you see it? Well, I definitely heard something. It didn't sound very fun. That's all I can really say about it. Oh, yeah, I know which one you're talking about. That Vexoria lady, I think. Can't really say I've seen much of her content. Mostly like a clip here or there. There it was again. That weird low hiss. I see. Oh. Most concerning. Maybe it's just the wind in the trees I'm hearing. Mr. Paranoid for no good reason over here. Here's another Eikthyr summoning circle. This one would be a pain in the ass to fight in this area. It's a little too hilly. Really, dude? You want to go? These things have no sense of self-preservation. Literally zero. Oh, seems like the looks of it, I'm gonna have to go off my island here to find... Oh, I guess I haven't explored the northern reaches, but still, looks like I'm gonna have to go off this place to find some black forest. That's not always a thing. Sometimes it can be close, sometimes it can be far away. Sometimes you can have multiple biomes on the same continental area. The music just changed all of a sudden. Weird. Very strange. Old traveler, and bear witness to my warning. There are many who have come before you, carried here by Odin's will to do his work. Path ahead is hard and the danger's great. If you hold your life dear, keep to these meadows and make your dwelling away from the trees. Fear the horned one and the creatures he will send against you. You mean that giant deer I killed already? A little late for the warning there, bud, but thank you. That was, exactly useless. Well, we get 5 minutes of being able to run for 60% of the cost. For 40%, my bad. Because it shaves off 60%. We found it. I'll see if I can find and label some silver or copper deposits real quick before we go back. Now we have found an actual black forest. Now we gotta watch out for nasty things. We need to find some crypts, though. Oh shit, there's a fucking troll. You do not want to try to fight one of those. Hey, Gabs, how you doing? Caught me sneaking around a troll. A big hairy troll. I'm doing okay. I'm a little tired today. Glad to see you're well. Okay, looks like the Black Forest ends right there, so we need to wander around the side here. If you're wondering why I'm using a PNG, the game wasn't exactly playing nice with my model, so yeah. It's a thing. Oh, what you making? I probably just need a stronger rig, if anything. Or to adjust my settings a bit better. Ooh, shin ramen, that's nice. This doesn't look like copper. Or is it? I'm sure you'll manage. You've survived before. You've got that willpower for the spice. Oh, fucking great. Now it's raining. Oh, that was a short-ass rain. Oh, that was just rocks. Oh, here's a copper deposit. I love when you can have custom name pins on a map. They're quite nice. Let's see if I can find a tomb somewhere. Yeah, I just wanted to find a copper deposit or two before I stopped. swear, these fucking gray dwarves, man. Ooh. Give me your bones. I can make a deer hide cape now. Don't ask me why bones are needed to make a deer hide cape. They just are. Yeah, I hope you enjoy your ramen, Gabs. That's pretty tasty. I'm generally a big fan of hot food myself, as I've said before. Even though I generally regret it later. I find it to be worth it. Oh, there's a gray dwarf spawner over there. I see that purple haze. That's fair enough. They'll just keep spawn. Oh, no. Yeah, let's get out of here. Oh, skeletons. That's a good sign, actually. They will fight the Grey Dwarves. Oh, this isn't good at all. Good lord. Alright, big I'm just kind of trying to focus on not dying here. Ah, I've thwarted them by climbing high in the tower, or they cannot reach me. Actually, never mind. This is a terrible idea. Wish I could find a tomb. If I can find a tomb, it means I can get some Surtling cores. Wish everything and its mother would stop chasing me, though. Good God. Well, if anything, I'm getting to label a bunch of copper deposits, I guess. Oh, a tomb. I'll just let them handle each other real quick. Delve in dungeons, trust fell across the 10th world, monuments to the past, filled with riches, lost. I should remember to bring a light source. I found that tomb I was after, I guess. Now we can run back home. The torches don't go out in the rain, so there's that. That was a merry chase for the last 5 or so minutes. Good God. Heard some bees back there, but don't really need them now. Running power is still on cooldown, unfortunately. You get 5 minutes of use with a 20-minute cooldown. It's kind of rough. You're not wrong. It would have fit very well there. Or that Benny Hill chase music. Kind of glad that that troll mostly ignored me, except for that short bit where it like kind of walked at me for a little while. Cause a good solid hit from that, and I would just been like completely annihilated. Yeah, that'll teach it to come after me. Light it on fire. Let it tell its friends about me. Then they'll come and tear down my entire. I let this one live, and it's an example. I'm a good distance off from the Black Forest, it seems. Or at least the one on this piece of land, anyhow. Not necessarily a bad thing. It does make travel to and fro a bit more irritating due to needing to run farther distances. I guess I could build a raft and just sail around, but even then, I mean, it's not like they've been known in popular culture to be weak to fire for a long, long time. I believe the ones on here are actually weak to piercing damage. I'm at 291 out of 300 pounds. Good lord. I am full up as can be. Yeah, I mean, wouldn't make sense otherwise. Hey, let me withhold this life-saving weapon for arbitrary, or this life-saving knowledge for arbitrary reasons, right? I have a sweet cape. Yeah, a bit more flint to make a flint axe, but that can wait. This is what my old raggedy cape looks like. Literally a rag. But it's a cape, and it provides a little bit of protection, so I'll take it, you know. Fucking A, the water tide's coming in again. Socks full of silver coins for the vampires and other supernatural critters. Anyhow, I think I'm done for tonight. Used to, you couldn't do a manual save, but they added that ability. Anyhow, now that we're done, I can load my model back up for a moment. Every fucking time. Anyway. Why is it like this? Push to talk hates me. Anyway. As I was saying, or trying to say, for saying muted me again. Thank you all for coming. I hope you had a good time. Sorry it was a bit of another crafty, slow game. I just was a little tired for anything else, really. We could try making some more progress another time on here. I know I've done a few other games like this. I know I was playing Don't Starve the other day as well, which is in a similar vein, but different, of course. Next week we'll probably resume our standard stuff. It's a little slow going when you're by yourself at first. Once you start going though, and if you have some friends, you can make progress a whole lot faster than I was doing. I just had some bad RNG with not having like tombs and stuff close, so I could get things like Certling cores and whatnot to get my forges and stuff off. So maybe next time we can start going on that. We'll see. Yeah, appreciate all of you coming, and I hope that you have a good weekend and that we can stream again on Monday. Maybe we'll get some stuff going then, but we'll see. Anyways, it is time for me to say goodbye and good night. If you want to poke me, I'll be on Discord, or if you need game updates, it'll be on Twitter, of course. Yeah, you all take care of yourselves, okay? And goodbye for now.